Hello. Oh no. Hello? Can anybody hear me? How's that sound? Um, Everything was frozen a second ago, but it seems to be back working now, so just checking. uh, okay, great. Um, well, hello. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. My name is Deanie, and I'm the head librarian here. Oh, where exactly is here? Okay, good question. Well, this...
Is your mic on?
Yes?
Oh, I couldn't hear it.
It's okay. Sorry, we're still working out some hiccups. Anyway, where was I? So this is the library of Lumen Ex Libris, or the Light of Books. And like a lighthouse, it serves as a beacon for all those adventurers and travelers looking for a good story. I'm actually quite impressed you've found your way here, since the library exists in its own little dimension outside of the flow of space and time. Oh, wait a second. I see that not all of you have made it fully. Yeah, it looks like some of you are experiencing some temporal displacement. Your present is our future. Hello from the past. Not to worry, you can still play. Just follow along with the story and listen carefully for when the paths of fate diverge. I'll be sure to point them out. At those times, I'll give you further instructions. Now, as for the rest of you, I'm afraid you've come at a bad time. You see, it's been many years since anyone has visited the library, and stories have started to, well, erode, like so many dreams fading with the dawn. Oh, what's that? You want to help? Well, I suppose. Yes, that would do just fine. Okay. So I'm going to need a couple volunteers at some point. Those who want to take an active role in the story. They will be the players, if you will. For everyone else, those who just want to lurk or listen, you'll be in the chorus. Players, it'll be up to you to guide the characters in tonight's story. Join the adventure and play along. For the chorus, there will be times when you can sway the outcome of chance. All you have to do is react. And a bit of housekeeping before we get started. Please make sure you read the rules and roleplay safety that I've posted in my bio before we get started. Everything is pretty clear and self-explanatory, but if you have questions, feel free to ask. But just make sure that you know going in what the expectations are for conduct. And that goes for everyone, including just people who are chatting. I also want to draw your attention to a couple tiles that you can use during the stream. They are the Dream Journal and the Dice Roller. They may or may not come in handy as the adventure unfolds. And finally, if you're going to be a player tonight, or if you're just curious to see what other magic lies in store, you can actually join us in the library on the Discord by clicking the link in my bio and joining us there. If you are going to be a player, that is going to be where all of the character sheets are posted. And if you are wanting to participate as a time traveler, the Dream Journal channel there is also a place where you can respond to tonight's prompts. Okay, so with all that settled and out of the way, I guess we can turn to some housekeeping. First of all, hello again, everyone. I'm sorry if I didn't greet you when you first got in, but thank you so much for being here on my official debut. This is the first time that I'm going to try running this game that I have devised, and I'm very excited to show it to you all, what I have prepared. It wouldn't be a debut if there weren't like technical issues and glitches along the way. So everyone just have to bear with me and let me know as soon as possible if the audio goes out for you or some other issue comes up, and we'll do our best to fix it. But so far in my little practice streams, I haven't had any major issues crop up. Just some audio cutting in and out a couple times, but mostly that's it. So fingers crossed, everyone. Okay. So the next part is I'm going to ask for players. For tonight's adventure, we have space for up to 3 players. If you want to be a player, you're definitely going to want to be in the Discord, checking out the pinned character sheets in the character gallery. So you can take a look at the prefab characters that I have there for you to play with. Or if you are familiar with D&D and you have a 3rd level character that you want to bring out and bring to play, that's also welcome. So I'll give you guys a couple minutes to do that or to think about it. You guys can also ask me any questions if you need to. But you don't have to know how to play D&D, although it does come with its own advantages. I promise. I'm going to walk you through every step of the way and break it down for you nice and simple. So don't be intimidated if you're worried about the Dungeons & Dragons rules. Okay, Pink Sushi X, thank you so much. I really hope that you do come back and play with us another time. But hey, hang out. If you are going to be around, you can always react and affect the story that way too. or you can check out and play along with the prompts along the way for time travelers. Plasma! Hi, Plasma! Sorry, speaking of the dog, I don't know if you can hear her in the background, but she is barking her little head off, so just a moment. Okay. Anytime that I am giving attention to anything that isn't her at any particular moment, that is cause for protest in Edith's world. So you'll have to pardon me because that's also going to be a rite of passage. If you want to know more about the characters that I have built for your use, at another time you can go check out I have some videos up of me kind of crafting those characters and building them. But not necessary at all to play. Just if you're curious. Just popped in to say hi. Hi, Danny boy. Thank you so much for coming. I'm so happy to see you. Oh yeah, of course. Feel free. If you are feeling like you just want to kind of be a listener and follow along that way, you're more than welcome to. And if you are wanting to just be in the chorus and just react occasionally to affect the game, you're more than welcome. Oh. Let me get this. Oh, I can't. Okay. Edie says hi, everyone. As per usual. Yeah, of course, she is protecting me, as always. Be happy to have you whenever you are wanting to hang out. Yay! Okay. So just to give you guys an idea, for our options today, I have built a paladin who is primarily very strong and can endure a lot, but she's also very charismatic. We have a bard who, of course, is very charismatic. It's in their nature, but she's a little burnt out. She's a little tired of her usual routines. And finally, we have a warlock who is Pact of the Blade. They are mostly meant for attacking, but they have stood as a guardian over the land for a very long time and have stayed true to their word. So not necessary for their builds, just a little flavor text for you. Okay. I'm glad you like it. So I think that we will have Key as one of our players. Who would you like to be, Key? Well, one of these days we're gonna get Key her own custom character built. And if you're a streamer, or if you are going to be a regular installation here at the library and you want your own custom built character just for you whenever you want to play, definitely reach out to me. I would love to hear your ideas. I would love to hear your concepts. I love building custom characters, and since I am the head librarian here, what I say goes. So we can homebrew whatever we want to make it work for your vision for your character. I'm glad. It's coming in and out, and I'm sorry about that, but I just didn't want there to be long pauses because I didn't want people to worry that the sound had gone out or something. So if you're hearing music, or if you're not hearing music, give it a couple seconds, and if it comes back in, you're fine. If not, definitely let me know, because it might mean that the audio isn't working. Hey, Toilet's here. Oh, Tacos, you are definitely getting a custom built character. I have so many ideas for the taco night. You don't even know. I have some fun custom races that I have found online that I posted in the character gallery in the Discord. But there is actually a really fun custom race for these like really tiny cat people. Unlike the Tabaxi, which are the character people built in D&D, the little cat folk are like actually the size of house cats. They're not like big like people. And they're so cute. So yeah, if you wanted to be a cat knight of the Order of Tacos, I think that would be quite doable. Oh my goodness. You absolutely should. Yay, Key got her character sheet. Okay, great. Excellent. So, all the features and everything should be listed at the very bottom on the very last page, like descriptions of how they work and what they are. And since I built the character, I will also do my best to help you as you get acquainted. Now, as we go through multiple adventures, certain character builds will return and be available. So even though watching previous streams is never required, having seen these characters in other adventures might give you a better idea of who you want to play going forward. And it'll also give you a chance to see how somebody else might interpret the same build, because of course I'm not going to enforce like specific characterizations to each person. And of course, my characterizations are just suggestions. So you are free to reinterpret a character's build however you want. So I think we're going to get started in just about a minute here. We have our player, we have our chorus, and of course, greetings to those time travelers watching this from the future. And of course, if at any point somebody new comes in, or if you change your mind and would like to be a player, you are welcome to tell me, as long as there's still a player slot available, of which there are two. So there's still space on the docket. If you missed the descriptions of what those roles are in the very beginning, please feel free to reach out and ask at any time if you have a question or concern. It might take me a moment to respond and get back to it as storytelling goes, but I will do my best. Yeah, thank you for coming. Thank you, everybody. I'm so happy that you're here. Okay. All right. Let's see. That is working. That is working. Okay. Okay. And with that, we are going to turn the page on our very first adventure. It is what I am rather unimaginatively calling the King of Cats. So I hope you enjoy. In 1553, William Baldwin wrote a long fictional prose, which some scholars consider to be the first English novel. The prose is called Beware the Cat and contains a reference to what might be the earliest known version of a story, which would come to be known as the King of Cats. The story itself seems to originate with an Irish folktale about Irusan, a giant cat who ruled over all others. Now, whether or not Baldwin's tale is based on the folklore is unknown, but what it does contain, what might be the earliest use of the word grimalkin, that's Grimalkin, no relation to Resident Streamer Grim Creeper, as far as we know. But yeah, it might be the earliest use of the word grimalkin to refer to cats, familiars, or even the King of Cats himself. So, not all of you know me, but for those of you who do personally, you know that I love cats. That's why my little chibi has cat ears. And I have always loved cats. They're some of my favorite animals. And no, Edie does not get jealous. She loves cats too. She had a cat friend growing up who she adored, and they got on just fine. So I thought that a story centered around cat folklore would be the perfect way to kick off my channel, my streams, and also reveal a little bit more about me to those of you who don't know me personally before this. So we are going to be revisiting that old folktale, The King of Cats. And it goes a little something like this. One day, a man was walking alone in the woods when he hears an unfamiliar voice. In some accounts, the voice is revealed to belong to a cat who beckons to the man and asks that he pass on a message to someone with a strange name. She bids him to tell this person that Grimalkin has died before vanishing back into the woods. Shocked, the man returns home that night and recounts the surreal encounter to his wife. As soon as he voices the message, the couple's cat, curled up by the fire but listening intently all the while, leaps up and cries out, "Grimalkin is dead, and I am the new king," before rushing out the door, never to be seen again. So, who exactly is the King of Cats? And what became of him? And why did the message need to be delivered this way? Academics have no answers. This is as far as the tale goes. Or rather, this is about half of the tale as far as it goes. But I think we'll save the other half for another time. This is also a point where the paths of fate diverge. For those time travelers playing along from the future, now is the time. Head to the Discord and locate the Dream Journal channel. Or you can use the handy tile here on my page. Answer this question. What would you do if you met the cat envoy in the woods? Would you relay the message? Why or why not? For everyone else, it is time for our our first player to be introduced, Key to Life. You wake up first thing in the morning. You wish you could catch just a few more moments of sleep, but you're already pushing it as it is, and you don't want to be late. After getting dressed as quickly as possible, you grab a piece of toast and stuff it in your mouth before heading out the door. Today seems like an average day as you make your way through the woods around your home. That is until the light begins to dim, until the forest is shrouded in darkness as black as a moonless night. Before you can gather your wits, a strange chiming gong causes you to look up, and in the distance you see a faint glow, like flickering torches or pale lanterns. It takes but a moment before you realize the sound is getting louder, and the light in the distance is brightening. It's coming closer. Entranced, you watch in silent awe as a funeral procession comes into view. Sorry, Edith! Okay. Mourners walk in two parallel lines as they bear an intricate coffin between them. The coffin is resplendent with filigree and decoration, and atop it rests a magnificent, shimmering crown and scepter. Most curiously of all, though, from the torchbearers to the musicians playing their dirge, every member of the procession is a cat. Aside from walking upright, they all look like regular house felines, in form and stature. The procession passes before you, and you can hear the mourners' cries and caterwauling. The king is dead! Grimalkin has died! The prince will be next! The prince must be found! They don't seem to notice you, and before you know it, it's over. The procession has passed, and the light and cries are fading into the distance. For a moment, you are once again alone in the dark. A cold wind sends a chill down your spine, and you blink. But when you open your eyes, the familiar sight of the woods as they ever were is all that greets you. You stand in wonder for a moment before shaking yourself. Yes, Plasma, that is my dog, Edith, or Edie. She does not care for these times when I am giving my entire attention to something that is not Edie related. And so we might hear her barking in the background occasionally. If it's not too much, I just ask you have a little patience. She'll stop eventually. And I don't want to yell to get her attention directly into the mic. So you might hear her occasionally. But Key, you have just witnessed an astonishing sight. Tell us, how do you react to such a thing? Have you ever seen something supernatural? And how did you feel about it then? Oh, and in the meantime, I am going to try and fix this. For anyone who is curious, I had a heck of a time trying to find a visual representation of our cat mourners. But I did manage to find a couple pretty choice images during my search. The cats on the left and right are references to the Hermit, the tarot card in the major arcana. I'm glad, Plasma. The Hermit is always, or not always, but usually seen carrying a lantern in the dark as they make their sojourn and search for truth and insight. The cat in the center is a bakaneko, which is a type of Japanese yokai or supernatural creature, which incidentally is not any different from a regular cat. It's just a regular cat that's lived a long time. They can all become yokai in their own right, which I just thought was very interesting. Okay, thank you. But you don't have to. She'll get tired on her own. She'll eventually realize that she's not gonna get attention that way. So it's okay. But I love it, Key. Thank you. So, Key is into it. Key is reacting. Oh yeah. Thank you, Becca. Yeah. That would be adorable, and I would love that. And I think all the viewers at home would love that too. But Key, you have this exclamation. You are invested. But the procession is gone, and there is nothing no trail to follow, almost as if it was never there to begin with. And so you have no choice but to go about your day. And you do. Hours pass, and we turn our attention to another character. They are located in a home. They seem to be kind of cleaning up after having cooked a meal. And they are thinking to themselves, they're late again. They've made dinner and set the table, and there's nothing left to do but sit and wait for their sibling to return. What could be keeping them? They don't know. They glance at the front window, and by the light of the setting sun, they see them, their sibling, and their best friend. They've all known each other since childhood, and it doesn't surprise them to see laughing and chatting animatedly as they approach. Sighing, they go to the door and greet them. One of them is Key, and the other is our final and third character slot. So we are going to need names for our beleaguered sibling and best friend, to Key. So even if you do not want to play chorus, this is your first chance to interact. type a name into chat. I will look them over and pick 2 that I feel particularly inspired by. And you can also volunteer the names, your own handle, or the screen name of a friend if you feel like they really need to be on this adventure with Key. I'll give you some time. And I don't know about my other creatives in the room, storytellers or writers or role players, but I struggle to come up with names. I always just tell myself I'm going to put a placeholder in just to move on and not get hung up on any particular detail so that I can actually get the character written and made. But then sometimes I forget to go back and replace the placeholder. So the big boss at the final end of the dungeon ends up with a name like Smith Anderson. Like, I just put in nothing there just to hold the place. But which costume is extremely generous for that image? Well, I actually wouldn't mind the image of the aforementioned cat in the dragon costume too. I think that would go pretty well in some of our stories. So if you guys can dig that one out too and send it to me, that would be great. Or give me permission to put it on stream, I guess. In fact, I mean, I haven't done it yet, but if people are having a lot of pets and they want to talk about them, I can certainly see it possible to create a pets text channel and let y'all post about them there, share pictures around, especially if you want to let me use them on the stream. But once again, no worries if not. Just ideas for what we might do as we grow. Ooh, Inara. I love that. Seer says, so this is the beleaguered bestie, basically sibling of Key. Yes, there are 2 characters that we're needing to name. One of them is Key's longtime best friend, and the other is Key's sibling. Both beleaguered, yeah. Ooh, Ionath. Like that. So far we have Inara. I think Maeve is being offered by Seer, and Ionath by Beck Muffin. Right, just the name. I understood. Thank you though for clarifying. Seer's putting Seer forward. Is that the case? If Seer's gonna be in the story, then maybe we should make her Key's mom instead. Thanks, Key. Fastest mod in the West. Key to life. Think it, and she's on it. All right. I think we're gonna make my selection here in just a second. I'm thinking maybe Inara for the best friend. And let's go with Maeve. We'll go with Maeve for the siblings, so they will be. I actually can't even. Yeah, so Maeve will be the sibling. We are gonna. I want to say brother. Maeve will be the brother. And Inara is the friend. Okay. So the three of you sit around the table to have dinner. And Key, you kind of hesitate when it gets around to the time for you to speak up and talk about your day. And you decide ultimately that this is your sibling, this is your best friend, they know you can trust them. So you are going to tell them about this extremely strange encounter that you had in the woods. Maeve, your brother, immediately rolls his eyes at the obvious fantasy that you are cooking up. He probably assumes it's another one of your jokes and is probably just going to scoff. Your best friend, though, Inara, she isn't so sure. She can see how serious your expression is. But the idea of cats talking and walking upright in the woods? I mean, are you joking? No, you really look serious. Inara and Maeve kind of exchange a glance, and it looks like they're about to respond when a cry from the fireplace draws your attention. The king is dead! That means I am now the king. Right before your eyes, your friend, a silky black cat with short hair that you have all affectionately called Kitty Boy, stretches and stands from his comfy bed beside the fire. He ducks his head in an elegant bow and says, "Kind friends, I thank you for your shelter and care all this time. But I'm afraid I must ask an even greater favor of you. The death of Grimalkin means there is no watcher to guard the doorways. You must help me journey to the kingdom of cats so that I may ascend the throne. My true name is Leopus Grimalkin, and I am the Cat Prince." Now, the kingdom of cats is a between place, an interstitial space that all cats can access since physics don't apply to them anyways. But in order to reach the throne, where you must bring the Cat Prince in order to take his sacred vows, one must navigate the Great Maze, ascend the Watcher's Tower, and reforge the Covenant. Are you ready to depart? This is where the paths of fate diverge. For those time travelers playing along from the future, now is the time. The Prince of Cats has asked you to accompany him on what will no doubt be a harrowing journey. Should you choose to accept, what item is an absolute must-have? It can be a real object you actually own, or a piece of equipment from the player's handbook. Record your answer in the dream journal, either on my page or in the Discord. I don't know about you, but I would not go anywhere without a book. Now you can have a whole library on your phone or tablet, but in middle school and high school and most of college, I was utterly bereft if I did not have a book with me at all times that I could deploy in case of a long wait or a boring conversation that I really wanted to get out of. It was always fiction, always fantasy, or sci-fi. I'm a big sci-fi fan. But yeah, absolutely could not go anywhere without a book. Even on an adventure with the Cat Prince, I would be bringing a book. Nowadays, I would be bringing Edie too, and all of her treats and kibble and toys and accoutrements. But I don't think that really counts. She's a heroine in her own right, so she's bringing herself. Okay. Now. Let's see. There we go. Just a moment. I am trying to move us to a new scene, but it looks like I am not able to do so from here. Oh, wait, there it goes. Maybe all I had to do was say that it was not possible, and then immediately it became possible as a result. So, my intrepid adventurers, the Cat Prince has asked that you come along on this journey to retake the throne. He says, "Our cat is talking. I told you, Maeve." That's right. Get him. So the first obstacle on the way to the throne, the place where the Cat Prince will take his vows and ascend the throne, is the Great Maze. And as you approach, it is you're in you see a wide open valley with lush green grass, and situated in the center of it is what looks to be a very convoluted series of windows that are just jutting out at all angles. In fact, there aren't even any proper walls or doors. It's all windows as far as you can see, just kind of stuck together to form this great mass on the landscape. As you approach, the front panel swings open for you, and you step into the first chamber, and you can see that it is very overgrown with lots of plant life, lots of roots and encroaching vines have been growing happily, sheltered from the elements, and yet glutted on sunlight in this perfect atrium. And from this room, there are 3 doors, which I have numbered 1, 2, and 3 in front of you. The doors seem to lead deeper into the glass maze, or the glass construct. And the Prince of Cats turns to you and says, "The first challenge has begun. We must navigate this maze and reach its conclusion in order to get closer to our destination." there are 3 choices in front of us. Which shall we take? So, Key, you can consider your options here and choose which path you would like to take. Now, while Key thinks about it and while I wait for her to respond, let's go over some options that players have as actions that they can take. Now, I said we are going to be basing this off of D&D 5e, but again, you don't have to know how to play along here. We are going to be simplifying, streamlining, and kind of modifying. So, on the D&D 5e character sheet that we're all familiar with, or some of us are, abilities are broken down into 6 categories. Traditionally, they are strength, dexterity, constitution, intelligence, wisdom, and charisma. On your character sheet, you will find that there is a score associated with each of those attributes, and that score gives a bonus to any rolls that are made for a challenge that falls under one of those categories. So, for example, if you are wanting to do a mental task, you can roll a d20 and you will use your intelligence. So you can add the bonus that your intelligence grants to whatever the result of the dice roll is. And that is how your attempt is going to be measured. And I, as the storyteller, will weigh the attempt against the difficulty of the task and determine whether or not it was successful or a failure. But you as the player, all you have to do is describe to me something that you want to do, and I will sort it out into whether or not it is physical or mental, and break it down from there and tell you exactly what bonus you're going to add. So you don't have to worry about it. Okay, Key says 3. So we are going to choose the 3rd door here. Okay. So I am going to move us. Oh, excellent choice, Key. Key chooses the 3rd door. And as the party makes their way through, there is a keening sound, kind of a loud creaking and warbling. And there's also some slight movement, some slight vibrations in the floor. You can kind of see it in the shuddering of the leaves on the foliage. Something large is moving. Close enough by that you can hear the sound of its passage and feel the weight of its size. The very window panes of the atrium are shaking. It could very well be the whole structure itself that is moving. You follow a corridor of windows and greenery until you reach another room. This one is wide and expansive, just like the previous one. And just like the previous one, there are 3 doors in front of you. Unlike the previous room, though, there are 4 torches ensconced on the wall, all in a row. None of them are lit. Now, you have 3 more choices to progress. Door 10, 11, or 12. Does it need a key? We all need a key. But I will let you decide what you want to do. But there's also I think that Maeve is going to get curious. He's going to go look at the he's going to take a look at the torches, since they weren't in the previous room, and they're the only thing that is distinctly different from the previous chamber, because it was empty before. Let me get my dice out. First DM dice roll of the night. Okay. So Maeve is not a classically trained magician or anything. He is much more prone to smacking things with his halberd or his spear than trying to, mentally do any gymnastics around a problem. But he sort of feeling intuitively how this is a very magical place, and after investigating the torches, he comes to the conclusion that they must be of some significance. Can I light the torches? You can certainly try. Welcome back, Seer. Key, you take out from your kit some tinder and a striker, and you do your best to get a little fire going, a little flame, a little spark, and try to light the closest torch. But no matter what you do and how close to the flame you get, you're not able to get this torch to light. In fact, as you look closer at it, you see that instead of being kind of a traditional combustion, there seems to be some sort of arcane energy there, some sort of magical effect to light them. But no ordinary flame. Hey, welcome in. Thank you, Key. That's right. So for anybody who is wanting to roll some dice and you don't have any physically with you, there is a dice roller on my page that you are welcome to use. I'm sure there's also a million different applications online. There's also a bot or a enchanted assistant in the library who will help you with dice and characters and D&D things. That enchanted assistant can be found in the Discord, in any of the channels that are D&D related. Plasma. I know, right, Plasma? I always have dice. within arm's reach of me. I never know when I'm gonna have to roll for initiative. It's okay, we'll forgive Key. We need to get her a set of pink Kitsune dice. Then she'll always have them with her. Maybe they have like little pink dice with like cherry blossoms in them, maybe, or like little foxes. Okay. So Inara, starting a fire is a very basic spell, a cantrip that almost all magical practitioners learn. So Inara channels her bardic powers to use the magic and channel that into those torches. I'm gonna actually give her a Arcana. So this is a check for anything magical. We would use Arcana. Okay. She's not able to light the torches. Oh, Little Miss Fodder, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the library, my bookworm. I hope you enjoy it here. So Inara uses her magic and she kind of snaps her fingers and you see a bit of twig from one of the vines kind of light. And she's like, huh, that's weird. So it's working, and she tries it again on the torches, and nothing happens. She cannot get a spark. And she is using her magical senses, though. She's using her magical senses to kind of reach out and connect with the torches. And she kind of is able to glean a little bit more than Maeve was able to, and she says that the torches require a specific condition to be met before the magic can light the flame. We just need to figure out what we need to do. And the cat prince speaks up. Leopus, he says, "Come, friends. I think that this labyrinth has more to show us. Yet, I think we should continue on. So we have 10, 11, and 12. Remaining. Key, why don't you tell us which door will we be taking? 10, 11, or 12? For anybody wondering, also, this is a custom dungeon that I have created for this adventure specifically. It is not going to be in any source material or any supplemental material, as far as I'm aware. Of course, all things being equal, there's a high likelihood that there will be other mazes in other books, but if you are wanting this puzzle specifically for your own campaign or your own storytelling RPG adventure, please just let me know and I can walk you through it, or the mechanics of it, either in the Discord or through messages. Just let me know. Okay, 10. Excellent. Okay. So our group selects door number 10, and they begin to make their way down a long passage. Very similar to the last one. It is all glass panels and greenery. But something strange has happened. You haven't turned, as far as you can tell. You've been going straight this entire time. Okay, toilet. Thank you so much. Come on back if you feel like it and want to hear the end. Or tune in to the recording to catch up on what you missed and play along if you want as a time traveler. Okay. So Key, even though your party never turned, you never took any curves, you walked a straight line the whole time, you now find yourselves back in the same room that you started in. The doors are identical. Everything looks the same as when you last left it. But it is undoubtedly the same room that you started in. Maeve kind of groans. Oh no, this is the nightmare scenario. Alright, let me know if you guys need me to, like, whack something. Or run about. Other than that, I'm just gonna chill here. And he kind of sinks into a guard position as he kind of watches your backs where you guys entered. The cat prince kind of speaks up and just says, "Huh, curious. I did not feel us take any turns, but we seem to be back at our starting position. This labyrinth is magical indeed." Now, if you all ever find yourselves in a real labyrinth, there are a couple tricks that you can employ to find your way out. There is the infamous string used as a trail in Greek mythology. And there's also the trick where if you place one hand, your right or your left hand, on the wall and follow it the entire way, no matter how long it takes, you will eventually get out. It's just kind of brute force your way out. Unfortunately, for our heroes here, this is a magical labyrinth and there is no wall to follow. Key, go ahead and choose your next door. Okay. So Key selects door number 2. There we go. Door opens easily, and the party make their way inside. It is another long corridor, narrow, walled in by windows. Yeah, right hand vote for the win. But it's a little different. This one definitely seems to be a bit more furnished. There are potted plants in addition to the overgrown leaves and vines and encroaching kind of grass. But very much still, a botanical kind of garden inside. And once again, there are 3 doors in front of you. Inara kind of is looking around. She's very interested in all the plants. It's nothing too special. Cat grass mostly, lemon balm, that sort of thing. She turns to the cat prince and says, "Well, we do seem to have reached a different location, although I can't tell if we've progressed." Yay, Plasma's done with work. And Maeve kind of says, "Well, then what are we waiting around for? Let's keep moving." Choose your next door. 4, 5, or 6. Oh, Plasma, you want to play? It would be lovely to have you. We have 3 player slots and 2 are still available. So your options are Key's brother, or sibling, or you could be Key's longtime friend, childhood friend, if you will. There are pre-made level 3 character sheets on the Discord. In the character gallery, I pinned them, so you can always find them. You're welcome to give those a peruse. Key is using the paladin, so your choices are the warlock or the bard. And alternatively, if you play D&D and you have a character that you want to bring, they are level 3. So you are also welcome to bring in your own character if that is what you want. But yeah, you're welcome to come play with us. If any of that sounds appealing to you. Otherwise, you're welcome to just stay in the chorus. Becca's muffin is ahead of me, but no catnip. Suspicious. Alright, Key says 5, so we are going to take door number 5. Okay. So, open door number 5, and once again, walk down the corridor until you reach the opening at the end, which is the wider room. And it is once again the room that you started in. Maeve kind of groans. Ugh, God. But Inara and the prince just kind of look thoughtful. Like, huh, interesting. It seems like rather than a traditional maze that is laid out with twists and turns, this maze seems to be sort of tessellating on itself. It is returning to other corridors and rooms, connecting at illogical angles, let's say. All right, Plasma's gonna be Maeve, the brother. So we are going to just start calling Maeve Plasma, if that's okay. And yeah, you are welcome to take the Warlock. Feel free to open up that character sheet. The feats are all listed at the bottom or at the last page. Hey, Pumpkin Kisses, welcome in. Yes, please do. You are welcome to. Okay. Thank you, Beck Muffin. Yeah, I did know that there was a bit of a delay. I am not in a rush. I'm just trying to take our time here and enjoy our adventure. But thank you so much for letting me know, just in case. Oh, there she is. It's Edie, everyone. But yeah, so your party now finds yourself. And Plasma, just by the way, I custom made all of these, like all the characters that are on the Discord are custom made by me, so they have some homebrew elements that aren't from any source material. They've got some tweaking. If you have any questions, let me know. But I was telling Key that, like, you don't have to really know how to play. Just describe to me what you want to do, and I will help you do it to the best of our ability. Other than that, so Spence and Key, siblings to the end, have a decision to make. Door 1, 2, or 3. And just to recap, 3 brought you to a chamber with 4 unlit torches ensconced on the wall. And no matter what you tried, be it magic or physical means, the torches just would not light. And Inara, the friend, had determined using her magic that there must be some criteria that need to be met in order for the torches to light. After taking the door number 3, they took door number 10 from that room, and that door returned them to the beginning of the labyrinth, this room that you're in now. The next door was door number 2, which brought the party to a brand new room, one with potted plants that we had never seen before. And from there, she selected the middle door, and was brought once again back to the starting room. So, where will we go now? Nice, Plasma. Double screens. Oh, Plasma, that's great. I'm so glad to hear it. I love D&D, and that's why I decided to choose 5e as kind of the bones of what this game is going to be, and to build it out of that as kind of my building blocks. But we're doing a slight twist on that theme. Welcome home, Spence. But yeah, so just to reiterate, Spence and Key, you have found yourselves back in the first room of the labyrinth. Door 3 led to the room with the torches. Door 2 led to the room with the potted plants. And you have not tried door 1 yet. You're also welcome to try to do any kind of other actions that you want to do. Great, Plasma. Fantastic. Okay. So door number 1. There we go. Okay. So door number 1 takes you down a long corridor lined with these glass panes and sort of greenery growing all about. And this brings you to yet another room that you have never seen before. Like the others, it is glass and there's green things growing inside. There's also some odd furniture that kind of glows with its own internal light. You're not really sure what it is. It could be some form of lamps or screens or something. Hey, Sleepy Tater. Welcome in. Thanks for joining us. And as with the previous rooms, there are 3 doors. 7, 8, and 9 this time. Little fun fact for everybody. While Spence and Key... Oh, we freeze? Am I muted? No, I'm not muted. Are we frozen though, is the question. Oh, thanks for the follow, Sleepy Tater. Let me see if... Okay, I'm not sure if it's just the captions that aren't working or if no one can hear me. Okay, so can you guys hear me? Oh, there it goes. Okay. For a second, I think the captioner stopped working, and I wasn't sure if you guys could hear me. But yeah, thank you so much for following, Sleepy Tater. I appreciate you. Welcome to the library, Bookworm. Is there anything interesting about the furniture? Yeah, it is kind of surreal, and only fits the definition of furniture very loosely. It's definitely not stuff that a human would enjoy, like sitting on or lounging on. But as you kind of glance between the furniture and the prints, you get the sense that like maybe a cat would enjoy sprawling on some of this weird shaped stuff, or climbing it, or lounging atop it. Whatever the case may be. Oh, sorry. I don't know what I said, but my bad. Okay, great. Yeah, it was just weird for a second. The captions had stopped working and I was talking, but they weren't showing up on the screen, so I wasn't sure if maybe my mic wasn't working. But it looks like we're still up and running here, and the captions are back. So that is great. Since I can't hear myself, that's kind of what I use to see if I'm audible. But great, I'm glad they're back. Yeah, it's just yay, Tiny Pumpkin Kisses, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the library, Bookworm. I hope you enjoy it here. Feel free to check out the Discord if you want more magic between sessions or between games. There's lots of fun bots, aka enchanted assistants, in there to play with. In fact, fun fact, like I was trying to say before, the backgrounds that I'm using, some of the art that I'm using today is actually generated by an AI bot that we have in the Discord that you guys are also welcome to play with if you want to do character art or magical beasts or items or anything you want. Feel free to play with those and generate all your own weird and wacky looking things. You are in the kingdom of cats after all. But yeah, it's all, none of it looks particularly comfortable for a person, but the furniture does seem appropriately sized and shaped to accommodate a kitty or two. It's just kind of odd. Yeah, so we have doors 7, 8, and 9. Which will our heroes choose? Also, for those of you who joined us a little bit late or who missed the intro in the beginning, just to kind of reiterate, there are 3 ways to play. You could be a player. So Key and Plasma are both currently players. This story has a limit of 3. So there is still room for 1 more if you so decide. There are also members of the chorus. Nana Streamland, thank you so much for following. Oh, no, that's a follow. That's a raid message. Oh my goodness, I can't read. Wow. Welcome, raiders. Thank you so much for coming. My name is Deanie. I am the head librarian here at Lumen X Libris. And we are in the process of renewing a lost tale or a lost story. Our brave and intrepid adventurers Key and Plasma are joining the Cat Prince on a journey to the Kingdom of Cats in order to ascend the throne after the sudden, unexpected demise of the king. You are more than welcome to join Raiders as we have 1 more slot open for a player. So if you wanted to be a player, you could take up that last slot. Or you're always more than welcome to join our second role, which is the chorus. To be in the chorus, all you have to do is listen along and react when I ask for certain input. And finally, we have our time travelers. Those are the people that will be watching this back in the future. They made it to our little pocket dimension here in the library, but a little off, a little temporally displaced. And so at various points during the adventure, there are going to be times when I indicate that there is a question or a prompt for them to respond to using the Dream Journal, which can be located either on my page or if you want to have more magic and peruse the shelves of the library at your own personal pace, you are more than welcome to join the Discord, where there is also a Dream Journal text channel. And I hope to see you there. All right, it looks like our adventurers are ready to choose. Plasma says 8 is as good as any other. We can always come back here, I'm sure. 8 it is. Okay. So Plasma and Key, they take door number 8. And once again, they are greeted by a long corridor of windowed walls and ceiling that is also very overgrown with these vines and grasses and leaves. And finally, it opens up and you see a familiar sight. You are back in the room with the torches, only this time, some of them are lit. And let me go ahead and do that for you now. So we are going to select our guy here, and we're going to drag the opacity up. There we go. Oh, it did it for all of them? Oh, that's right, okay. So what I really want to do is click this one, layer, and we're gonna put it on the token layer. For those of you curious, who don't already know, I am using Roll20 to facilitate this adventure. I never claimed to be like amazing at Roll20, but I am doing my best. So stick with me, and you might see some cool things if you don't already know how to use this site. It's a pretty powerful tool. So we are going to see the first torch is lit, the second one is still dark, but the third torch is also lit. So we're gonna move that to the token layer. There we go. So 2 out of the 4 torches are lit. The first is lit, the second is still dark, the third is lit, and the last one is still dark. It's totally okay for being late. I just appreciate you coming by and saying hi. Really nice of you. Thank you so much. I'm glad that your stream went well. And like I said, I'm really glad that you're here. So, I hope you enjoy playing along, or following along with us here. Yeah, and if you're tired and need to sleep, I totally understand. Please feel free. The library will always be here when you are feeling up for it, and ready for your next adventure. And hey, like I said, you're more than welcome to check out the replay, see what you missed, and play along on the Discord or here on the page if you want. Oh, thank you so much. I'm really excited. Really happy that everybody turned out. Everybody's been so supportive. And I really am having a lot of fun. So I'm so glad you came. Thank you so much. Thanks for the lurk. I get to say that now. So Key says, okay, so in room 3, 0 out of 4 torches were lit, but in room 8, 2 out of 4 torches are lit. Just to clarify, yes, Plasma is absolutely correct. This is room 3. They are identical. It is the same exact room. Just in terms of order, Key is right. Like, that's the order that you guys have gone in. Plasma is correct. You went through door 8 to get here. That is correct. The last time that the party left this room, they left through door 10. I love those emotes, Tiny Pumpkin Kisses. I love taking the stickers and try to mixing and matching them to see which ones I can come up with different combinations. Okay, so Plasma says that I mentioned the first time we were here that we could see something big moving in the distance. More like hear and feel. This entire place, ever since you opened the first door and have been moving through the corridors, has been you've been hearing these creaking sounds and this warbling sound of the glass in the panes kind of rattling and moving. And you've also kind of felt the vibrations in the floor and in the walls of something kind of large moving. And Key, you're doing great. You're doing just great. You are progressing admirably. So our choices are 10, 11, and 12. Now, our players, you can also feel free, like if you want to discuss like your thoughts with the chorus, you're more than welcome to too. Like you guys can interact as much as you want. Aw. Fish wave. I like it. Picasso. Hey, welcome in. So we are in the middle of an adventure. Our players, Key and Plasma, are currently working their way through a magical maze. And the rest of the audience, our chorus, they are chiming in now and again to give support and help out. And we are using D&D as our kind of bones for the structure of the game. But the story and all of the content is original to me. I have written everything from scratch just for this. Tiny Pumpkin Kisses, that combo is just masterful. What do you call such a thing? Plasma says, okay, can we see anything move now that some of the torches are lit? Plasma says, my sister has all the brains in the family and I'm so proud of her. Yeah, good job. Yeah, Plasma. So, why don't you roll for me? This is going to be perception, your kind of ability to perceive things. You can use the dice roller here on the page. You can use your own dice at home and just message into the chat here what your result was. And of course, we go by the honor system here. So, there is no reason to fudge. 11. Okay, cool. Or is that's the door we're gonna go through? Aw, Seer. You poor thing. And Seer found a magical back scratcher that all she had to do was wave it like a wand and it solved any itch. Yes, Tacos, you are more than welcome to chime in. You can comment, you can react to anything you like. Feel free. I think we're looking at door 11 though right now. Key is absolutely right. The players make the final choice about what they want their character to do. But we can talk all we want about it. I was seeing some people seem like they were leaning towards 11. But I'll wait for somebody to lock that in. Go, Plasma, go! Okay. I think I'm gonna go. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna go with 11. Let's see. 11 brings us. Sierra, I'm gonna work up an item stat just for you, just for all of that. Plasma has returned with the roll. That is a 16. Nice. 15. There you go. With a 15, Plasma, you are on the lookout. You are peering through these warped window panes, and you are looking closely at the reflections coming off of the glass. And as you are feeling the evidence of this motion, these like vibrations and hearing these sounds, a little bit of a reflection catches your eye, a little flash of light, and it happens very subtly. It's very difficult to actually tell that it really is moving at first. But as you gaze out at the labyrinthine form of this greenhouse structure, you see that it is actually starting to reorient itself. The other parts of the building that you can see from the inside are shifting ever so slightly. The entire building is what's moving, just constantly and all the time, but just very, very slowly, so that it's hard to notice right away. Yay, Seer went with the green cast! I just associate that color with you, Seer, because of your handle. Yeah, that's no problem. You are more than welcome to just hang out, listen in. This is my first ever live play stream, so there's not really anything to reference to go back to. But if you change your mind or if you want to play, definitely check us out another time. You do not have to have been at previous streams to know what's going on in future streams. They're all going to be self-contained. But if you do want to kind of see how the process went and how it's been going, feel free to watch this video back whenever you want. Or maybe a member of the chorus would be able to bring you up to speed a little bit more, or Key. Yeah, so you that is what you see when you look out outside Plasma. In addition to that, you guys make your way down this corridor and you find yourself in the room with the strange cat furniture once again, and the doors labeled 7, 8, 9. And just as a reminder, you previously went through door 8, and it took you to the room with the torches. Just to give you an idea. Plasma says, as if wandering through a magical maze wasn't bad enough. It's a moving magical maze. Seer, our resident expert in all things labyrinth, has weighed in that it wouldn't be a true labyrinth if the walls didn't move. I feel very vindicated. Thank you, Seer. So the deal with the torches is that one of the rooms in particular, when our adventuring party first stumbled upon it, had 4 unlit torches ensconced on the wall. They tried to light them using mundane and magical means and determined that the torches were magical in nature and would only light when certain conditions were met. Since then, our party has been making their way through multiple rooms and doors, and they made it back to that same room with the same torches. Only 2 of them were lit this time. The first torch was lit, the second torch was dark, the third torch was lit, and the final torch was dark. All right, door number 7. Take a look. Okay. 7 is going to bring us, okay. So once again, you open the door and you are greeted by a long corridor lined with windows and overgrowth. And at the end of it, when it opens up into the wider space, you are greeted by the room with the potted plants, with doors labeled 4, 5, and 6. And as a refresher, you have been through door number 5, and it brought you back to the beginning of the labyrinth. You have not been through 4 or 6. Gonna haunt Pumpkin forever. Aw. Pumpkin says, I have plenty of sage. Bring it. Oh, boy. I love that for you. Aw, thank you so much, Ioneth. I really appreciate that. I'm so glad you're enjoying yourself. I really just wanted to create a fun and relaxing environment where people could come together and just tell good stories together. Solve puzzles, that sort of thing. And I'm really happy that you are enjoying it so far. But yeah, so we are back in the room with all of the kind of potted plants. It kind of looks like a, maybe a little bit better kept than the other rooms. But once again, there are the 3 doors in front of you, labeled 4, 5, and 6. As I stated before, door number 5, when previously taken, led to the beginning of the labyrinth, the very first room, and 4 and 6 have not yet been traveled. Oh my god, as an aside, Key to Life and I actually live together, and I think I just heard my own laughter from the other room, and it was horrible. I'm haunting myself. There's not enough sage in the world for that. Aw, Plasma. They have not yet gone through any doors they've already been through. Tiny Pumpkin Kisses in again with the sage wisdom. Oh no. It doesn't look like it stopped on my end. Oh wait. Oh, sorry. I was reading old comments. My bad. Never mind. For a second, I thought we froze again. But no, we're looking good. Ah, thanks, Tiny Pumpkin Kisses. I just admit it's weird. You guys, thank you. You're so sweet. I will tell you though that on Discord they have a like noise canceling, noise suppression filter so that it doesn't pick up, your mic doesn't pick up a lot of background sounds. And I had mine on and I was playing a game with my friend and I just started cackling like just the most midnight hag you ever saw. And my audio filtered it out as noise because I was I don't know, the pitch or something was too high and it filtered it out. So my friend finally told me, he's like, I never hear you laugh, but I know you're laughing because the audio will cut out right after you take like a gasp. And that's how I know you're laughing really hard. All right, door 5. Okay. So to assess the situation and make sure that things are not of a more nefarious nature, the party decides to go back through door number 5. And same result as last time. They find themselves back at the very beginning of the maze, the very first room. So, yes, the maze structure is moving very slowly, but it is not changing the connections between the doors. So there is no direction. They just have to get to the other side of it. Is kind of the only objective for the time being. But if you guys want, rather than like, I can just poof you back to the room you were in. And we'll say that you just followed the exact same route if you want. If you want to take a different route, certainly let me know. But otherwise, I'll just say that you guys walked the same route and went back to where you were. Guys, we're in 6-7. So 7 took you to 5. I don't know what happened. I think Discord updated or changed the parameters or something, because I had a bunch of issues and I had to go fix the audio a bunch of times. But now a lot more of my laughter gets picked up. So that's fun. Or maybe I just learned how to laugh quieter. I don't know. But for any of you joining us for the first time who are new here, don't know me, I love, in addition to Dungeons and Dragons, I love to play Genshin Impact. I've been on Key to Life's stream a couple times as a guest playing Genshin in co-op. It's super duper fun, and I love playing it with my friends. So if you are a Genshin girly or guy, or anything in between, hit me up if you want to play together co-op. We certainly can make it happen. So, from past experience, you know that door number 1 from the room you're in will bring you to the room with the doors 7, 8, and 9. So I'm just going to go ahead and move you there, since you've already done such a thing before. Go back to the room you guys were in here. And then, so we're back in the room with the strange cat furniture. Doors 7, 8, and 9. You have been through door 8, and it brought you to the room with the torches. You have been through 7, which brought you to the room with the potted plants. Just as a reminder. Oh, good job shouting yourself out, Key. Thank you so much. Yeah, Key to Life is a variety games streamer. She's a pink kitsune and also my best friend in the whole wide world. And I love her and I live with her. And she's my favorite streamer in the whole world. And you should definitely go over to her channel when you get a chance. She plays some of the she plays Cuphead, which looks impossible, and yet she does it. She plays Sonic, all sorts of Sonic games masterfully, and is incredible. And she has community game nights where all of us get together and play co-op games and multiplayer games on stream. Honestly, it's a blast. We have a good time. And I say we, I mean us in the Discord, of course, which is linked on her page, kind of like mine is on mine. But yeah, it's a good time. If you like good times, and you're here, so you must like good times, then you're definitely gonna like Key. So check her out when you get a chance. Okay, door 9. So 9 is going to bring you back to the very first room. Oh, speaking of amazing, Seer brings up a good point. Seer is also amazing. Seer is also a streamer. She has a adorable, amazing icon. She is a steampunk airship pirate captain, and has a bunch of fun Labyrinth references in her art and audio. And she is a ton of fun. Just honestly the nicest, friendliest, funniest person you could ever imagine. And absolutely someone you want to follow if you're shopping around for streamers tonight. Make sure that you also pick up Seer. Quintessential to the streaming experience here. Oh yeah, and tacos. Oh man. Okay. I'm probably gonna have to just like maybe at the end round up all of the amazing talent that is here tonight for shout outs and make sure everybody gets a chance because Tacos de Gatos is also a streamer. In fact, Tacos, Grim, Seer, and Key and Toileteer, who was here earlier, I don't know if he's still around, but are all members of Campfire, which is a stream team that is very fun and friendly and sociable. Honestly, I have been in all of their streams at one point or another, and I can vouchsafe that if you are just wanting a fun, relaxing time with some people that have some fantastic senses of humor and just really love games, then you can't go wrong really with anybody from Campfire on any of their stream team. Yeah, thanks, Sierra, for doing the shout outs. I appreciate you. But yes, Plasma, many cats. So we're well on our way. But yeah, honestly, like watching Key to life and build her channel and interact with her community and being a part of her Discord, it really inspired me and is ultimately what made me pick Twitch as the venue for this idea that I had to make a game where people could just come and go and hang out. And I have learned so much from watching her over the last few months. And she helped me so much get set up with the art and the software, and the captions are here thanks to her. I could not be more grateful. So, you know. Plasma says, door 9 brought us back to the start, which was the other possibility. So now door 3. And he says, okay. So door number 3 it is. And that is going to bring you room with the torches. And it is just as you left it. The leftmost torch is... Let me see if you guys can see this circle that appears when I am in... No. Oh, yep, there it is. Okay, so the torch on the left, that leftmost torch is lit. The second one is dark. The third one is lit. And the final torch is dark. So... So just to give a sort of summary, so far we have been through doors 3, 10, 2, 5, 1, 8, 11, 7, and then there's a bit of repeat, 5 and 1, 9, and then 3 once again. Those all have, we have been through all of them, and those have known destinations. Oh, okay, Tiny Pumpkin Kisses, enjoy your food. Thanks for the lurk. Hopefully tune back in at some point and see how things wrapped up. Aw, thanks, Key. You're so sweet. Oh, okay. Beck Muffin asks, what does the lurk command do, or what is it for? So lurking is what they call it when somebody leaves the stream open but is not really able to like respond. So they could be having it on in the background while they do other tasks, or maybe they are just going to leave it on their computer if they have got to go to bed or go to work or something, and they just want to leave it running. It's like a catch-all term, just saying like I'm here, but I'm not responding. Sierra, it's like a BRB but longer. That is correct. 4, 6, 10, and 12 are the only doors that you have not gone through. Nope, 2. They went through 2 at one point. It was their third door selected. And just to reiterate, door number 2 is located in the very first room that is in the Abyss. Oh, not the Abyss, the Labyrinth. Oh my goodness, the Abyss. That's Genshin on the brain for you. And it led to the room with the potted plants. That's correct. It led to the room with the potted plants that has the set of doors labeled 4, 5, and 6. At this point, since you have unlocked routes to every room, if you just want to tell me that which room you go to and which door you open, I will just instantly port you around rather than move from room to room one at a time. since you have at this point established a route between every floor or every room. Tacos. I'll leave it down here so you can see which torches are lit. Oh my goodness. Another follow. Thank you so much for the follow. I hope you enjoy the library, Bookworm. Welcome. I hope you have fun here. Not at our level, Plasma. Oh boy. Yeah, the abyss is scary. I don't go to the abyss either. That is correct. 10 does lead to the very first room. That was Key's second selection before you arrived. That is correct, Key. 11 will bring you to the room containing the 789 with the cat furniture. Aw, thank you so much. I'm so glad you came to say hi. We'd love to see you. If you want, at any point, you're welcome to watch the playback. There are a couple little mini activities you can do. You're welcome to join the Discord, where there are lots of fun bots to play with and things to chat about, kind of between streams. I hope you have a good visit and enjoy the story. Yay! Oh, I'm so glad. People are finding their way here. Okay. Okay, so door 12. You got it. Door number 12. Sorry. There we go. Door number 12. So we have 12, which brings you to B. So this was going to bring you to the room with the potted plants, and the doors labeled 4, 5, and 6. And just a reminder, you have been through door 5. It led to the very first room you visited. Oh, thanks for posting the link to the Discord, Key. In this room, you have not tried door 4 or door 6. And just to be extra sure, you did try door 5 twice, and in both times it led to the same room, which proved that even though the labyrinth is moving and shifting slowly, the connections between the rooms are stable. Okay, I see Key coming in hot with door number 6. Is that where we're headed, Plasma? Also, just as a little bit of background information, my inspiration for this puzzle, this labyrinth, is actually like the old Scooby-Doo cartoons. I think it was like The Adventures of Scooby-Doo or something like that. They always had this gag in a bunch of the episodes where there would be a hallway of doors or a spooky haunted mansion with a bunch of doors, something like that. And there would be a chase, and the gang would be running in and out of these doors, and they would go into one door and then come out of another door on like the complete opposite end of the hallway, and vice versa. And sometimes funny, strange things would come out of the doors, like if you weren't watching closely. It was just always one of my favorite gags, and so that is the inspiration for this puzzle. Door 6, says Plasma. Okay, 6 it is. 6 is going to bring you to the room with the kitty furniture, and doors 7, 8, and 9. But all of a sudden, you feel the vibrations kind of stop, and the noise, the shifting of the building quiets, and it is once again kind of silent. You don't hear any more of those sounds or feel any more of those vibrations. It's just utter stillness now. Out of curiosity, does either of you have a compass? Yeah. Key and Plasma and everybody else. Plasma says, "I will follow my sister. She is a compass." A compass is going to be part of like the standard adventuring kit, and it's definitely something that makes sense, I think, for you to have when you are setting out on an adventure. And that's kind of how we're gonna play fast and loose with objects and items. There are a list of items that come with every class as starter equipment, and some special backgrounds give you special equipment. And we are going to kind of examine that on a case-by-case basis, but for the base characters and basic adventures, like we're kind of doing right now, anything that is reasonable within the starter equipment list is fair game, in my opinion. So yes, if you want to say that you have a compass, that you grabbed it as part of your adventuring kit before setting out on this journey, I think that makes sense, and I will allow it. Key says a pup named Scooby-Doo. I know that's your favorite. A pup named Scooby-Doo. Scooby-Doo. Anyway. The pup named Scooby-Doo show specifically is always going to be like intrinsically tied to when I would be staying home sick from school as a kid. I just would have like the cartoon channel on, and they would put on like the less popular shows during the day when kids were supposed to be at school. And I don't know why, but I guess A Pup Named Scooby-Doo wasn't as popular as the other ones, because it was always on during the day. He says, maybe we did it? Question mark, question mark, question mark. But yeah, you are, like I said, you are back in the room with all of the zany furniture. That looks like it is the right size and shape to accommodate some house cats lounging upon it, but otherwise it's just kind of strange. And the doors are labeled 7, 8, and 9. You have previously been through door 8, and that brought you to the room with the torches. You've also been through 9, which you know brings you back to the very first room of the labyrinth. And you've actually also been through 7. So 7 is going to bring you to the room with the potted plants, aka the room with the doors labeled 4, 5, and 6. All right, Plasma suggesting that you head back to the torch room through door 8. And Key thinking the same thing, like brother, like sister. You guys are on the same page. And lo and behold, you take that corridor lined with glass panels and overgrown with curling vines and leaves and grasses, and you make your way back to the chamber with the torches on the wall, and a change has come about. There are now 3 torches lit out of the 4, and as soon as you enter, the very last torch, which was still dark, begins to slide along the wall. It wraps around the room until it is directly above door number 10. And as soon as it is in place directly above door number 10, the flame, which is impossible to light by any other means, magically bursts into life, and door number 10 swings open. But rather than the long hallway that you are used to seeing at this point, as you have traveled it many times, you now look out onto a vast grassy plain. In the distance rises a enormous ivory tower. It must be many stories up to reach the tower, to the tower's peak. And in the distance you can kind of see that positioned around the outside of the tower there are several statues of cats sitting attentively facing each other in a long row. Upon seeing the sight, the Prince of Cats, he chimes in and he remarks, he says, "Well done, my friends. We have solved the King's Maze. Our next challenge that we will face is the Watcher's Tower. It is said that only those with great skills and cunning can unlock the tower in order to ascend its great heights. And there is no doubt in my mind that we will face a similar challenge. So you all make your way through this tall grass, and you get the sense that this tower is enormous. You couldn't see it when you entered the labyrinth, and so the moving and rearranging of the labyrinth, it might have also been bringing you closer to this point. So as you guys walk through the grass, and it's pleasant out. The weather is nice, perfect for curling up and taking a nice long nap. But you have to keep your wits about you. This is no time for slumber. As you approach, you realize that the cat statues lined up in front of the tower number 6 sets. So that's 12 cats total, all in a line, all in 2 parallel lines, all facing each other. You can walk up to the tower between the cat's gaze, and you immediately notice that there is no door, no gate, no lock, no entrance at all. It's just solid white stone or marble. There is no way inside, there is no way up. Except for on the side of the tower facing the cat statuettes, there is an inscription at roughly 5 feet, and it is written in a sort of scratchy font in text that is illegible to you, Key, and Plasma, but the Prince of Cats, Leo, he can read this as the ancient cat script, and it says, "As kittens, we learn through play. What have you learned? Use this knowledge to ascend." Now, scratching your heads a little bit, not really sure what they're trying to get at. Inara, Key's friend, your guys' friend, is wandering amongst the cat statues, and she notices something, and she kind of calls your attention to. She says, "Hey, all of these cat statues, they look identical at first, but when you look closely, you can see that they are each holding a different object. And I have written on the screen what those are, but I realize that they're kind of small and hard to read, so I'm going to read them out loud as well. And I can try to make them a little bit bigger, but I don't think that Roll20 will let me resize the text as it is. So, the first set of cats, one cat is holding a red hat. The cat directly across from it, staring into its eyes, is holding a gold crown. The second set of cats, one is holding a gold ring, and the one across from it is holding a sparkling emerald. The third pair of cats, one of them is holding a white cup with a handle, and the other is holding a golden chalice. The fourth pair of cats, one is holding a silver sword of excellent make, fit only for a master, and the second cat is holding a 6-holed instrument of some kind. It looks like something you would blow into, and then use the holes to make the sounds raise and lower in pitch. For those of you in the know, this is an ocarina. The fifth set of cats, the fifth pair, one of them is holding a simple key that has a very basic tooth design and a very square kind of boxy handle. And the one across from it, staring directly into its eyes, is holding a silver heart. And last but not least, the two cats closest to the tower, facing each other, are different from the others. They each have 2 items. So one of them is holding a beautiful blooming flower and a intricate, beautiful feather that looks like it's come from some exotic bird. The other one is holding a timepiece that looks to be kind of like a small hourglass, and a goblet, a very ornate cup, with a stem and base, kind of fit for royalty to drink out of. And last but not least, sort of positioned between them, is a circlet. It is the only object that is not being held by one of the cats. And it is a crown or circlet. Instead of sitting on top of the head, it kind of sits down a little bit onto the forehead. But it is also an adornment of the head or skull. In addition to the cats, the Prince of Cats is kind of looking around, and he notices that the tower itself has 6 sides. So each side, kind of like a what would it be? A hexagon, I suppose. So it's a hexagonal tower, and each side there is a slight lip or a slight edge, almost like a shelf kind of has been cut from the stone, and there is on that shelf enough space for 2 objects. He kind of turns to your group after doing a lap around the tower and assessing the situation. He says, well, oh geez, I'm gonna be the first to admit I didn't really play much as a kitten. I wasn't a big fan of games, and there was always more work to be done, more responsibilities. I haven't really played very much, so I'm going to rely on you, my friends. What games have you played, and how might they help us overcome this challenge? For my time travelers, this is where the paths of fate diverge. For those playing along from the future, now is the time. You can head to the Discord or the Dream Journal on the page and answer this question. What is your favorite game, video game or board game or any kind of game? And what has it taught you? Go ahead and respond to that in the Dream Journal channel or on the Dream Journal here. I look forward to reading your answers. Plasma says, what's your favorite movie? Oh, me? Oh, that's tough. I'm blanking. It's too much on the spot. The last movie that I really remember, just loving seeing in theaters was actually, I saw it with Beck Muffin. I saw Wonder Woman, the first one, in theaters in Maine, one summer, and that just blew me away. I love that movie. Just everything about it. I heard the sequel was terrible, so I have not watched it because I don't want it to ruin how I feel about the first movie. But the last movie I saw in general was actually the Sonic sequel. Saw that with Key and our other friend Cashin, and it was amazing. It was so good. I laughed, had a good time, and really enjoyed myself. It was a very, very fun movie. My favorite movie of all time is probably one of the Ghibli movies. I very much love Howl's Moving Castle. It's one of my favorites. I love Sophie. I love Howl. I love the imagination involved in the magic, and the castle itself, I think, is just enchanting. Calcifer is really funny. Spirited Away is also one of my top faves of all time. I definitely had a little crush on Haku when I was little. He can turn into a dragon, okay? I mean, what's not to love? Get you a partner that can turn into a dragon, honestly. Goals. And but yeah, no, but I like a lot of them. Castle in the Sky is very good. Nausicaa in the Valley of the Wind, Princess Mononoke, Ponyo, even My Neighbor Totoro. Really just love all of those characters. Plasma says, never trust an unguarded treasure chest. Listen. How's that joke go again? There's a really good one about a party of adventurers walk into a bar, and the bartender says, hey, no weapons in here. And the party says, well, we need our weapons. You never know when an enemy could attack you. And the bartender says, there's nothing in here. You're safe in this bar. And the adventurers say, yeah, you're probably right. And they laugh, and the bartender laughs, and the bar stool laughs. And then everybody rolls for initiative. Various riffs on that theme exist, but it's the gist of it. Plasma says, in between Sears Labyrinth and Key's Never-Ending Story. Yeah. I wonder if yours wants to be Willow or the Dark Crystal or similar. Oh, yeah. The Dark Crystal. I'm not familiar with Willow, I don't think, but the Dark Crystal is beautiful. Those puppets are really cool. Hashtag top tier aesthetic. Oh man, the captioner even did a hashtag when I said hashtag. That's really funny. Plasma says, I shall bow before your superior knowledge. I assume we have to put the objects from the cats on the shelves around the walls. So Key wonders if they have to go onto a specific wall. Key, you are looking closely at these alcoves, at these little shelves, and kind of inspecting them. Why don't you give me an investigation check? So roll the d20, and then on your character sheet, there is a section titled Investigation in the skills. This is just if you want. I'm going to walk you through the whole thing. But if you look closely at it, you'll see that Investigation is an intelligence skill. So you're going to roll your d20 and you're going to add whatever your intelligence bonus is. You know what? Willow is just not ringing a bell to me off the top of my head. If I saw it, maybe I would. But nothing comes to mind right away. And Key, when you are finished rolling and adding your bonus, just tell us what you got. Willow movie. 1988, I'm sure. Oh yeah, wait, I do know this movie. Oh my god, I haven't even thought about this movie in years. Wow. I totally forgot it existed, actually. Maybe we should have like an 80s movie night at some point. Fun stuff. Key says, are you proud of how fast I figured out the symbols you picked? Yes, I am. Hashtag genius. Hashtag gamer girl. Hashtag key to life. I am extremely proud of you. You did great. And for everybody following along who's maybe not sure what just happened, Key has discovered that each of the relics held by the cat statue guardians is a reference to a popular game, series, or franchise that my friends here on Twitch like to play. And all has to do with that. Nat 1. Womp womp. They happen. But here is our first chance for our chorus to really kick it into gear. On a critical fail, I extend to the chorus. If you want to extend some grace to our beloved Key, react in the chat, just to let me know, and she will get inspiration, which is basically the ability to roll twice and take the higher of the two rolls. It is something that is given out at the DM's discretion, but now it is up to you, my chorus. How do we feel about Key? Has she inspired you? She inspires me. But weigh in on whether or not you want her to re-roll this crit fail. Oh, Steer says they made a show as a sequel to the movie. I did not know that. Unless maybe the show is what I'm thinking of. Because I definitely didn't see it in theaters, that's for sure. And Plasma says, Mad Mardigan is why I took up the sword. We all have our inspiration. But yeah, I saw, I read about a very similar puzzle to this one. Only the artifacts in question were references to famous or really well-known proverbs. So things like look before you leap or age before beauty, things like that. And we got two people weighing in. Say yes, Grace for Key. Hashtag save Key. Thanks, Beck Muffin. And the items were references to those proverbs, and you had to kind of match them up that way. And I was looking at it, and I was trying to solve the puzzle myself, and I was like, I don't know any of these proverbs. I don't think anybody else is gonna recognize them either. So I definitely wanted to switch to something that I knew my folks coming out tonight would be able to recognize. And I said, hey, we're all on Twitch. We're all watching people play games. What better way to celebrate that than by making this puzzle video game themed? So I am really glad you guys picked up on that. Plasma says, please save my sister. And finally, we got Keys Got This. I drew a blank on cup and chalice pair myself. That one is a deep cut. I will admit. But all right, Key. You feel a wave of inspiration rise up in you, giving you a bit more insight, a bit more strength to go on. Re-roll that dice, and let's see what you get. Yeah, so instead of Deus Ex Machina, it's a Saved by the Chorus. Seer says the show is new and came out in the last few months. Oh, really? They're doing that a lot. They did the Dark Crystal show a couple years ago now, is that? But still, like, relatively recent. And I feel like a lot of 80s and 90s properties have gotten remakes over the last few years, maybe the last 10 years. The cynical side of me wants to say that it's large media empires repackaging and reselling us our childhood nostalgia. But the nerd part of me thinks it's really cool to see characters that I loved and concepts that really struck me getting, remade for a modern audience and a modern screen, and we get to talk about it. So it keeps it, relevant, keeps it fresh. I don't know. I have mixed feelings. 6. Okay. Key, you take a look at that 6th side on the tower, and it's been worn down, the stone on the outside. There are pockmarks and blemishes and stuff from where it has been weathered, but as you run your fingers along the surface, you can feel more than see that there are more of those slash mark scratches on the alcove that you're at. Again, you cannot read such things, but once you point it out, the cat prince Leopus quickly comes over to you to take a closer look at that inscription, and I am going to give him a roll to see if he can, oh boy, if he can decipher it. So he rolls an 18 and he has a 2 modifier, so that's a 20. Even though it is very faint and very worn, the prince is still able to, because he is very well read. He didn't get to play a lot as a child, but he did do a lot of reading, and so he is able to read this writing. And he peers kind of closely at it and says, hey, this says Altar of Constitution. Oh, Sierra says, I don't know who I could see as Jareth if they remade Labyrinth. So true. How could they possibly recast such an iconic role? They're gonna have to do what they did with Princess Leia in the new Star Wars movies, and they're just gonna have to completely remake, not David Bowie, but Jareth specifically, the Goblin King, out of CG, and then they're just gonna have to composite him into the environment. There's just no other way. So it'll be a bunch of puppets, because of course we've got to bring the puppets back. I will accept no substitutions on the puppets. The only one that's not really there is Jareth. Or maybe they make him a puppet. Oh, that would be weird though, right? That would be a little Madame Tussauds wax museum weird. Seer, now it's my turn to ask you if you know something. Did you know that there is a Labyrinth inspired manga series? I've only read the first volume, and that was a very long time ago because my friend had it. I didn't, so I didn't, know the rest of it. But they totally turned Jareth into a hot anime boyfriend husbando, and I'm here for it. But it takes place in a sort of alternate ending timeline where rather than be rescued as a baby, the child is raised by Jareth as the Goblin Prince, a human Goblin Prince amongst all manner of goblin and monster and creature. I just thought it was very interesting. I wish I had access to more volumes. I am curious to see how that played out. Key, that is correct. This was on the 6th side that you looked at. If you are curious about the other sides, you can go look at them and try to suss out the same thing. As you kind of have come to expect, you kind of are able to look in the same place on each wall, and you see that all of the walls have inscriptions. Again, very worn down, very faint, difficult to make out, but you call over the cat prince to each one, and he very carefully, with the pads of his little paws, feels out the scratches and is able to decipher them. And they go like this. The 6th side is the Altar of Constitution. The 2nd side is the Altar of Charisma. The 3rd side is the Altar of Dexterity. The 4th side is the Altar of Wisdom. The 5th side is the Altar of Strength. And the 1st side, the side that is facing the rows of cats, that is labeled the Altar of Intelligence. For those of you who are not familiar with Dungeons & Dragons, I will remind you that all of those qualities that I just listed, strength, dexterity, constitution, intelligence, wisdom, and charisma, are all abilities from the character sheet, and they have to do with the various actions that a character takes during play. Seer. Oh my god, they did. I will confess here that I did my best. Some of these make a lot of sense and some of them make a little bit less sense. So we'll see as we go. Key says, I think we need to investigate all the sides. Good thinking. I basically just took your what you did with the 6th side and applied that as soon as you said that you were curious about the others. Okay, Key says, the sonic objects definitely go in the altar of dexterity. So Key, you walk up to the cat statues that are holding the gold ring and the sparkling emerald respectively, and you delicately take them from their guardians, who only move to release them. They do not otherwise move at all. And you bring that gold ring and the sparkling emerald over to the side of the tower labeled Altar of Dexterity. And as soon as you place them on the altar, the 2 cats statues who you removed them from bow deeply and gracefully as if in recognition of a monarch or sovereign. And once again, they are motionless. They do not move again. Okay, so next up, let's see. We've got the Key saying that she wants to take the simple key and the silver heart and bring them over to the altar of charisma. Okay. Oh, sorry, Plasma. I kind of did it as soon as Key said it, but I'll go a little slower. But just to reiterate, Key, you and Plasma, you take the ring and the emerald and you place them on the altar of dexterity on the 6th side of the, or rather on the 3rd side of the tower. And those 2 cats, the ones that were holding the artifacts, bow their heads in respect, in recognition of the sovereign who has come. Okay, so just to make sure that I'm not missing anybody, who wants to place what where next? Then I will take the next person who says, like, I take this and put it there. That will be, I will consider that like your final answer and do that as your action. while you guys work it out, Breg, I'm so sorry. I don't know how to pronounce your name, and I want to say it right. Could you please, when you get a chance, help me out with a bit of a pronunciation guide there for your handle? Just want to make sure that I am not mispronouncing it. I keep kind of wanting to go back and forth between Bray and Bre. Not sure. Thanks, Plasma. Yeah, I'm doing my best to keep up with the chat and stuff, but sometimes it kind of looks like you're responding to the things that I'm saying more recently, so I forget that there's the delay, but I definitely want to make sure that I am getting everybody's input. So like I said, just when you are ready, just say clearly and concisely, I take the blank and blank and I put it in the altar of blank, and I will do that for you. Okay, Key says, I place the Zelda ones on the altar of wisdom. Okay. Key, you walk up to the pair of cats, one which is holding the silver sword, and the other which is holding this instrument, this blue little instrument. You pick up the artifacts, and just as happened before, the cats don't move other than to release them, and you are able to take them. Bray. Okay, good to know. Bray it is. So you take the artifacts over to the altar of wisdom and place them upon the surface. And just like the cats previously, these two cats bow their heads, bow respectfully and deeply, as if to a king or a queen cometh. But they don't move other than that. But yeah, good job, you guys. Oh, I'm so sorry that the delay is kind of long. This is only my first stream that I've actually been playing with people. And we're still working out the bugs. I didn't originally want to require people to join the Discord in order to play, but I'm kind of starting to think that might be where we go from here, because I will be able to respond to the Discord much more quickly than the chat. And so if people are not comfortable being on the stream, and they don't want to like be on a voice call, for example, maybe I'll make like a stream text channel so that people can just chat there, type up their answers in chat, and I will just read them out loud for the viewers on stream. But that is kind of one thing I can think of that might help us reduce the lag time a bit. But we will see. We will see where we go in the future. Yeah, sorry. Like I said, guys, some of them made a lot of sense. And some of them were a bit more tenuous of a connection. But you've done well so far to eliminate 2 from the running. And of course, as you go, it'll just continue to narrow it down. So some of the ones that might be a little bit less obvious or a little bit more obtuse might become evident if you are able to narrow down a couple more. But yeah, like I was saying, like I definitely got inspired for this puzzle based on another puzzle that does exist, I think, in the source material, but it is based on proverbs. So each of the artifacts is a reference to a different proverb, such as age before beauty, look before you leap, walk before you can crawl, that sort of thing. And I didn't think that they were well known or clear enough to really serve their purpose here. So, Plasma breaking it down for us. Everybody's got good theories. Got Bray coming in with could be hinting at head for intelligence. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Key coming in with definition for con. Feel like that one might be Genshin, but Mario doesn't fit any of them for me, so it could be wrong. And Plasma coming in with Cuphead is blasting your way through stuff. Mario is always running to another castle, and Genshin has a lot of investigative stuff. True, true, and true. If any of our chorus members or time travelers do not have any familiarity with any of the games listed tonight, they are all games that are played by our very own Key to Life on her channel. And if you're curious and want to check them out and see if I'm onto something or if I'm barking up the wrong tree here with my associations, check her out. Let me know. We go from there. All right. Plasma says, I take the Cuphead items to the altar of strength. So Plasma, you walk up to the pair of cats that are holding the white cup and golden chalice respectively, and approach the altar of strength. You lay the items down like a supplicant at worship, and the cat statues, instead of bowing, they rear back and hiss and show their teeth and claws, but they do not move other than that. Bray says, I do like Con from Mario as well. They didn't like that. They're not moving. They are definitely still made out of stone. But the two guardian statues that were holding the Cuphead artifacts, the white cup and the golden chalice, have now kind of reared their backs and their hair standing on end, their fur standing on end, and they've pulled back their lips and they're showing their teeth, showing their fangs, like a cat hissing with their ears back, and tail bristled. Yeah. If you're looking for any good key tint, that's key content in particular, her playthrough of Sonic Frontiers is one of my favorite games that she's played. It has one of my favorite moments of all time, which I conveniently clipped. But love that game, love that playthrough. Can't wait to see it 100%. Okay, Plasma, you take up the white cup and the golden chalice, and you move them over to the altar of intelligence, that first one, facing the cat statuettes, and place them upon the altar. And the cat statues, they don't move, but you all hear, kind of breaking the stillness of the valley, a pronounced hiss, kind of like a perturbed warning growl of a feline. And the prince of cats, he looks kind of nervous now. His ears are twitching a little bit, his fur is standing on end. He kind of gulps and says, "Oh boy. They did not like that." So just to give everybody listening along a summary of what we have tried so far, the silver sword and the ocarina have been placed on the altar of wisdom successfully. The golden ring and the sparkling emerald were placed on the altar of dexterity successfully. Both of those sets of cat guardians bowed their heads in acknowledgement. And just now, we tried putting the cup and the chalice on the, I think the altar of strength. And intelligence, and it was neither of those. The cats were not too pleased. Rather than bowing respectfully and lowering their heads, they instead bared their fangs and raised their backs and hissed angrily. So Key says that leaves Cuphead at con, and Plasma says or Charisma. Kingdom Hearts has not been placed yet. I did see that was what you kind of were doing. I just, because I was getting ahead of myself, I wanted to backtrack, so I did not actually consider that done yet, just so you know. Another little behind the scenes fact, I was trying to figure out a way to describe each item that would give away what it is without having to be too detailed, and so I tried to focus on little keywords, LOL keywords. Anyway, and I got a little stuck when I got to the key, because I was like, oh, it's an ornate key, it's a simple key, it's a antique key, none of these really are right. But any Kingdom Hearts fan knows that our girl, Utada, really, went that extra mile when she sang her whole heart out to Simple and Clean, the first game's theme song. And that song will be ingrained in all of our brains for the rest of our lives. So I thought maybe using the word simple would be a little nod to that. So you started to, but then I realized that I was responding to comments from a couple minutes ago, and I wanted to back off. So before I revealed the solution, I backed up and wanted to give you a chance to change your strategy or change your mind. So I do remember you saying that you wanted to pair the Kingdom Hearts with the Charisma Altar. I just never gave you the results of that because I wasn't sure if you wanted to go through with it or if you were just discussing it. It's too bad I can't have licensed music. Otherwise, I would be totally playing the Kingdom Hearts soundtrack in the background right now. Okay. Um, okay. So Key takes the simple key and the silver heart and places them on the altar of charisma. And the two cat guardians that were holding those items, they both gracefully and smoothly bow their heads and bow, just like the guardians of the silver sword and the gold ring, in recognition of your wisdom and knowledge. So that is that one. So that's 3 down and 3 to go. You still have the altar of strength, the altar of constitution, and the altar of intelligence. You also still have the red hat gold crown combo, the white cup gold chalice combo, and the flower feather hourglass and circlet. Combos. In addition, you tried the white cup and the chalice on 2 other altars, and the guardians reacted with hostility, both times, kind of increasing. Y'all are doing great. I am so happy that you are making your way through these challenges. Who will do the honors? Oh, Edith! Not you! Oh, goodness. Hang on just a moment. Edie! Hey! Come here! Okay. I think I was muted for a second. Okay, I'm back now, though. Alright, Plasma says, I don't know whether it resets, but if not, we're 50-50 for winning or dying horribly to some kind of cat monster. Oh, boy. Wrath of Tooth and Claw. All right, so the final word, okay, so just to make sure, we're putting the cup and the chalice on the altar of constitution. Um, I think Plasma has been elected to be the one. I promise I will reveal all. So Plasma, you take the white cup and the golden chalice and place them on the altar. Oh, really quick. Beck Muffin says, feed the cats, please, Iona. But back to Plasma. You place them on the altar, and the cats, which were agitated, and angry, and growling, their fur smooths out, and they take on a more placid expression. They cover their fangs, they sheath their claws, and they bow deeply and respectfully. Some good discussion happening here. Plasma says, so I'm going to try Mario in the strength altar. Key, get ready to run. I'll decide where later. So all of you with bated breath, watch carefully as sort of like in Raiders of the Lost Ark, Plasma walks up to the altar and gets ready to place the artifacts, the red hat and the gold crown on the altar of strength. And like a bead of sweat forms on his brow and trickles down as his heartbeat is palpable in his chest. He carefully, delicately places the hat and the crown down on the altar and doesn't even dare to breathe until that telltale sound of stone kind of moving can be heard. And the cat guardians of the red hat and gold crown lower their heads, respectfully bowing for the second to last time. And that leaves one altar left, the altar of intelligence, which only has 2 slots for artifacts. But you have 4 to choose from. They are the flower, the feather, the hourglass or sands, the goblet, and the circlet. Wait, I didn't count that right. That's 5. Yeah, okay. That's right. So you have 2 slots. There are 5 artifacts total. So you choose which 2 you are going to place. Oh, sorry, I missed some conversation. I want everyone to know that I love my sister dearly, not least of which is because she's way smarter than me. Says Plasma. Bray says, I would advise against trying to play both or place both at once. Key says we can go one at a time. And Plasma says, yes, let's do one at a time in case we get a second chance. Yay! Yeah, you got it. You guys did great. While I wait for you guys to decide which artifacts you want to place on the Altar of Intelligence, I can run you down my thinking. You mostly nailed it. Sonic is Dex because Dex is what gives you your initiative bonus, which means you can go faster. Of course. Zelda is the Altar of Wisdom, and Bray said it right because wisdom is one of the 3 characteristics of the Triforce, the other being power and courage, of course, but that was my thinking on that. He was right. My thinking along the lines of Kingdom Hearts was that Sora, the main character, defeats most of his enemies through befriending them. Let's be honest. He makes friends everywhere he goes through the sheer power of his charisma. He's got that main character energy. The game itself is all about friendship and the people we love, and so charisma for sure goes to that one. Those are the ones that stood out to me right away as being kind of obvious choices. And the other ones where I had to dig a little deeper to try and make the connection. But I figured Cuphead is such a hard game. You really, at least watching Key play it, and attempt the same levels, the same bosses over and over and over again until her hands are aching and her thumb is sore and, her controller is broken, like whatever. I just thought, wow, I do not have the fortitude to play a game like that. And that's when it hit me that Constitution is a must for Cuphead. So Constitution was what I went with that one. And then that left us with Intelligence and Strength and our games respectively of Mario and Genshin. And I just thought that Mario would make more sense to have the Strength because, as you guys pointed out, he is capable of great feats of strength. He can toss Bowser, he can break bricks, he can bash Goombas and do all sorts of crazy stunts. Especially if he's got the right kind of mushroom. So I went with Strength for Mario. So can you swap around the items the cats are holding? Yep, if you pick them up, they will come away easily and freely. The items that the cats are holding, they will release. The circlet you can pick up and move about freely. Other than to let go, they make no move. Otherwise, like the Guardians don't, other than that. Inara, she kind of is the magical one, and she sort of comes close and says, all of the artifacts are a little bit magical. They're magically connected to the Guardians and to this tower. But these artifacts, these last 4, are especially magical. They shine a little bit brighter than the others, and it's possible that they have magical effects outside of simply solving the puzzle. So the cats are holding 2. Each cat is holding 2, and the circlet is positioned between them in the center. So Brace says, on each of these altars, you've had to place a set of cats. Let me just clarify. The cats are what were holding the artifacts originally. Each time you've placed an artifact, you've picked it up from the cat that's holding it and taken it to the altar on the side of the tower and put it there. And then as soon as they are in the correct location, the cat statuettes react by either bowing or growling, depending on success or failure. So the artifacts are now all on the altars except for these 4, and all of the cats are bowing except for these last 2. I promise you guys, there is no need to overthink this. I would not pull the rug out from under you for no reason, at this point. Plasma says, I have a feeling these last ones are for a second puzzle, or maybe these are treasures. Ooh. There are 3 of you, counting Inara, and there would be 3 extra treasures once you have put the 2 on the altar. All right, Key chiming in says, I think it's the circlet and the hourglass, or the goblet and the hourglass. Yeah, sorry, my bad. I don't know if I maybe wasn't clear enough. The cat statuettes were the originally holding the artifacts, but they released them. They let go of them, and the adventurers simply take the artifact to the altar, leaving the cat statue in place, and the cats don't move, don't do anything other than to bow or growl, depending on the results. Seer chimes in, says, I would say goblet. I have Indiana Jones in my head on that. Choose wisely. And the hourglass. He says, I'll go with Seer. Plasma says, yes, I think the Genshin items are for intelligence. Why would the pattern break now? So we're thinking goblet and hourglass? Is that what we're leaning towards? I just need Plasma or Key to finalize your choice when you're ready. He says, I kind of want to try circlet and hourglass though. Would that be okay? Okay, Key wavering a little bit, thinking maybe circlet. Ray chiming in, that doesn't seem particularly wrong. Okay, so Key reverently takes the circlet and the hourglass from the guardians and places them on the altar of intelligence. As soon as she does, the final two cats, they meow in synchronicity, but it's a celebratory meow of excitement. Before they too bow their heads reverently. The tower begins to rumble, the stone trembles, and emerging from the sides of the tower in a spiral from the ground to the top is a set of staircases that, or steps that emerge along the outer wall in a, like I said, in a spiral pattern. All of the artifacts that are placed around the tower, the altars containing them snap shut and they are no longer accessible. But a new set of script in that cat scratch kind of font appears at the base of the tower where the previous inscription once was. And Prince Leopold, the Prince of Cats, he walks up and peers carefully at the inscription and reads aloud to you all what it says. And he says, "Well done, Sovereign. You may now ascend the Watcher's Tower to make the final oath. As a reward and a boon for successfully coming this far, the remaining artifacts are yours to keep. May they aid you in your adventures to come." And when the prince is done reading, he turns to you, Key and Plasma and Inara, and he says, "Well, I couldn't have come this far without you. You all have, taken such good care of me my whole life and helped me get this far. So I think it's only right that you should be the ones to keep these artifacts." So you guys gave up the circlet and the sands, I believe, or so that leaves the flower, the feather, and the goblet. So you guys can decide who gets what. Just to give you an idea, these are all magical items. Spence. Woo! We did it. These are magical items. The Flower of Life is going to grant you a bonus 10 HP. The Feather of Death, the Plume of Death, is going to give you an attack modifier. So you will get an attack bonus on that. And the goblet, last but not least, if you, first of all, if you drink from it, you cannot be poisoned from such a thing. And in addition to that, if you drink from the goblet, you become, for the next 24 hours, immune to status effects. So things like frightened, fatigued, poisoned. I'm sure there are more. None of that. Anything that requires a saving throw, basically, you are safe from. So you guys can decide who gets what. That last choice was really just to decide which magic items you guys get. So good job. And I will put the full item descriptions and the stats up on the Discord in the Magical Item Emporium after stream, so that you guys can check back on that as you go. Finally, you all are able to ascend the tower, the outside of the tower, using the newly formed steps that are wrapping around the outer walls. You climb and climb and climb. It feels like forever. This tower is massive, and you feel like you're above the clouds at a certain point. Hopefully no one is afraid of heights. Finally, you reach the top of the tower, where there is a beautifully ornate grand hall or ballroom, with beautiful architecture laid out and windows facing every direction. You can see a full 360 all around, and you see the valley laid out around you. You see the mountains in the distance. You see the blue sky, and if you look, you even see a little bit beyond that. Oh, hey, Swap! You see a line of darkness, a swath of black sky, and it's far off, but it gives you a sense of dread as you look at it. The cat prince, Leopus, he turns to you and he says, "We are now in the ancestral hall. This is the final chamber where I must take my vows in order to ascend." And you guys hear a sort of murmur go up around the room from the shadowy corners. You can't see anyone, but it sounds like there are more cats milling about, meowing, purring, growling. Like a great crowd of them has gathered and is watching intently. And the cat prince goes on to explain. He says, "Cats will suffer no lord or master, but if you love a cat, if you raise them, feed them, protect them, then when it is your time to divest yourself of this mortal coil, your cat will be there to accompany you as a guide to the next world. This is the covenant. Since cats can go anywhere," and they do. "In return, the cats enjoy dominion over their transient kingdom, existing on the border between worlds. And so it is the duty of the Cat King to be the vigilant watcher, the guardian of the doorways. It is by his power that no fiend from beyond may encroach on the mortal world. In order to ascend the throne and reforge the covenant, the Cat Prince must recite the sacred vow, and Key, Plasma, and everyone here today, you will serve as the witness to this great ceremony. The Cat Prince, actually, I have a... I can't believe I forgot to use it this whole time. Oh, I'm sad. It's just very silly, but I did grab this. And since Swap is here, maybe he'll get a kick out of that. This is the token that I grabbed for the Cat Prince. He's literally a cat named Prince. It's perfect. I'll make him a little bigger. There he is. Beautiful. So he stands at the center of this room, framed by these beautiful ornate windows, and recites this vow. I do solemnly swear to take up the mantle of those who have come before me. I will stand in defiance of the encroaching dark. I will fight the forces of incursion with fang and claw. And I will continue our great legacy, our lasting friendship, our mimetic bond, with the mortals who show us kindness and love. That no lost soul should be cursed to wander the cold expanse beyond death. For we will serve as companions and protectors, as you did in life. So it has been, and so shall it be. And with that, a great wind begins to blow, and that dark patch of sky in the distance shrinks until it is nothing but clear blue and sunlight. And with that, our extremely capable adventurers have successfully completed their first adventure. This is where the paths of fate diverge. For those time travelers playing along from the future, now is the time. Head to the Dream Journal in the Discord or Dream Journal on my channel and answer this question. Animals can be just as precious as family to us. Tell me about an animal you love or have loved. You can even post a picture in the Discord. And with that, we are going to come to the end of our adventure here. Move us over to the chatting screen. I had a blast. I really enjoyed myself. I hope that you guys all had fun. Thank you so much to our players, Plasma and Key to Life. And thank you to our chorus, everybody who chimed in, everybody who granted Key that inspiration point. You guys are amazing. I'm so glad that you are here. To our time travelers, thank you so much for watching this video in any capacity, whether you choose to participate or not. I also want to give a special acknowledgement to the mods tonight. So Seer and Key, they did a great job answering questions, keeping us all safe, making sure there was no shenanigans. I really appreciate that. And like I said before, Key to Life and Seer are also both streamers. If you like fun, they like fun, check out their channels, have a good time. I promise it'll be a blast. I want to thank the raiders for coming in and saying hi and bringing their communities to join us. And I also want to thank everybody who followed. I am planning lots more adventures in the future, so I'm glad to have you along for the ride, and I hope you enjoy. Just as a reminder, if you want to join us over on the Discord, the link is in my bio. Plenty to see and do over there, and lots to interact with, even between adventures here. I believe that is. Yay, Plasma! Yay! I believe that's pretty much everything. I think we are going to try to find someone to raid. So if you are still wanting something to watch, make sure you stick around for that. I am going to try to find somebody who I can bring you to. So remember how I was talking about Campfire earlier, everybody? Campfire's own Grim Creeper is live. What is he playing? I can't tell, but it says it's his first playthrough. So I think we will go support him. But like I said, remember, I'm very new to this, so hopefully it works. Does Grim's name have 1 underscore or 2? Because I know it has to be exactly right. I wish this were easier. I can't look at that and that at the same time. Okay, I'm gonna say 2 underscores is what that looks like. Maybe just 1. Okay. Wait, is it like that? And then Grim underscore. Okay, I'll try this one first. And if it doesn't work, then I'll try the other one. But oh yeah, you go, Key. For those staying for the raid, feel free to use this raid message. Bookworms have their library cards and they're ready to check you out. We thought that was quite clever. So copy paste that into the chat when you arrive at Grim's channel if you want. Hi-fi. I have no way of knowing if this is gonna work. Okay, here we go. Did it work? Yeah, okay. I think we're doing it. So, my lovely bookworms, every story we write is a dream we share. It is the rhythmic breathing we recognize in the dark. You are here. You are enough. Breathe. Until next time, everyone.